file colon, untitled dash scenes colon, untitled, controls, start streaming checkbox not checked, not checked, start recording checkbox not checked.
Cool call list style widget.
Tech 365 limited personal meeting.
So I'm going to use, I used a container here, but it's a widget called list style.
Blank.
That widget basically it's coming from the material app, and it's something that Flutter's already built for us, because most of the times when you have a list of items, most of them have similar look. You have something by the right, the title in between, something by the end or thereabouts. So that's the inspiration these guys took, and they came up with a widget called the list style widget. So this is it. So a single fixed hide rule that typically contains some text as well as a leading or trailing icon. So you have a leading stuff, trailing stuff here. It's under this style is composed of 3 parts. So basically here, you have a start, you have a center, you have the end. All right, so you have the end sections. Now, the start part contains the leading widget. The center part holds a title and subtitle, and the end part accommodates the trailing widget. It's commonly used in conjunction with the list view. So that's it. So so let's see what we could do with this. So I could have a list style here. Sorry, I can have a list style, so I could just return list style rather. Then you could have a leading, you could put a leading icon there. I could do icons dots. Icons and icon rather. Then icons dot what icons am I going to want to say? Look at you rubbish icon there. Let's do something like access alarm, right? Then put a semicolon here so that you could avoid errors. Another cool thing could also have a title, like a title like maybe lists have a text, right? A text widget. And I could do something like lists at index. Put the index there. Yeah. Then I could have a trailing. The trailing will basically be the icon at the end, right? So I could do an icon stuff. Maybe I should just do navigate right. Icon. Why am I writing icons? Dot navigate. Yeah. And I should have navigation. Okay. I should be navigate something. Navigate next, right? Then navigate next. Okay. So to avoid that, I could just do const. Then for the const here, I think it should be go. You also have other thing. If you check the properties, you have over color, icon color. You should have something like select color, shape, style, text color, visual identity. So there's a whole lot here. So you're not supposed to limit yourself to what I'm just doing, basically. So you could check out most of all these properties and then do what you want to do. The splash color, that's if you click on it, what happens? That splash, what really happens? So there's this type of style, a different list style. You could check that out. So I'm going to just save this and let's see what we have already. Refresh that, save, refresh. And you saw that. So we have an icon, we have an icon by the right, we have a text like so. So that's it. So you could use that to list things now because they're equal height. They basically have equal height and they have similar design. So you could tweak this to suit sometimes what you want to do. That's just it. So it's one cool feature. We're gonna move on next. It's called a stack widget. I'll copy this one out just so that we could do something there. Then just comment it out like so. Yeah. So we have a widget called the stack widget. So the stack widget is basically used to, it's like your position in CSS. You understand position very well in CSS. So you can stack things on top of the other, right? So
Yeah.
yeah. So I have a stack like so. And then let's say, let me just show you something. Why did I have an error?
Prince Orafu has left the meeting.
Oh, that's right. So good. So tag takes the children like your normal, like it takes children, and then let me just show you. So if I have a container, let me just create a container like so. Let's do something. When we do it, to be much clearer. If I give this a width of 500, and I give it a height of 500, and I'll duplicate this like a number of times so that I give different colors. Maybe I'll use my amber now. Color is going to be colors dot amber like so. Then we just duplicate this like a number of times, maybe 3 times. Then change this on to color so we can see the difference. Make this a blue, then make this a green. I see that. So if I save that, you see good. Did you see that? What are you seeing? You are seeing what?
White and green only.
White. The white is because this guy has a height of 500 pixels. That's why 500. And 500 is pretty much, yeah. So at this point, so this one, if I give you the height of the screen, it would have been as high as this. So basically, you are seeing only this. If I comment this out, what will you see?
Okay, blue now. Blue and
I'm
white.
just seeing the last one, right? It's only the
Yes.
last one you are seeing. If I comment this out now, what do you see? You should see what? Yeah, the amber, right?
Yes.
That means you are seeing the last one. That's what stack is doing. It's stacking these guys right on top of themselves. That's what it's doing.
Okay.
That's all. So let me just give it. Let me adjust the width and height so you can see. I'll give this on a width of 100 by 100. So no, I'll give it on a width of 500 by 500. Fine. Now I'll give it a width of 300 by 300. Then I'll give it on a height of 100 by 100. Watch what's going to happen. You're going to see 3 of them because of that. Oh, what's that? Did I send you that? And then it's 100. If I save that, you see. Did you see that?
Yes, I've seen.
Good, exactly. So that's what stack does. It stacks the widgets on top of themselves. So you could position them. So there's this property called alignment. You could align the widget. So this guy can take an alignment, right? And tell me I do alignment. But let me do something like top left, right? Alignment dot. Let me do bottom right. Let me see. That's for the yellow. Let me see that off. Okay. I don't see that. I'm actually making a wrong thing. If I take this and I bring it, take the green, I can align the green like so. Let's see. So that doesn't work. Alignment bar. So okay, the thing is this. Oh, I messed it up. You can wrap this in a position. Then I'm okay with something else. So I can wrap this thing inside a widget called a position widget. I think that should be it. Why is so I could wrap this in a position like so, refactor, wrap with widget, positioned. That's what I want to say. Positioned. Then position takes a what? You can give it a bottom. Let's give it a left of 0. Then I'll give it bottom of 0 and watch what happens. That guy goes to its place there because that's where it is positioned. Now we don't find it again. And the reason is because I guess there's no reference to this. So what I need to do is let me use this. Let me do something. Because whenever you use a position, you must ensure that you have what we call a constraint, right? So that it knows how and where to position the children. So let me do something now, be much clearer. So if I right click on the smallest one, let me see, refactor this guy, wrap with widget, positioned like so. Then let me give this guy a top of 0 and give this guy a right of 0. I want to check something. So you see, yeah, it goes there. All right. That's because there's already a constraint set by this. So let me just give it the bottom of 0 so I'll see something. If I give it the bottom of 0, good. So top of 0, bottom of 0, and it because of this constraint, the constraint of this parent. So what I would have loved to do was I can wrap the stack with a container if I wanted to specify proper constraint. I can wrap the stack with a container and give it a width and height of the parent. Let me show you. So I could wrap the stack with maybe a container again, like so. Then I can give it a width. I'll change the size of it. The width is going to be, now I want to show you something. Media query dot of context. Now what I'm doing here, I'm trying to get the context of my current device, right? Dot, I think the size dot width, right? That will give me the width of that device. I can also get a height too, like so. HGIGC. Now, this is how you could responsibly get the height of whatever and width and height of whatever device, because the person going to visit your application, you cannot predict the type of device that guy is going to use. So you can get the width and the height of the device using media query. So media query, a very cool way to do that, right? Is that clear? I hope this is not confusing.
No, it's clear. It's clear.
It's clear. Okay, fine.
Yes.
So you're just saying you get the current context. You're passing the context to the media query. So media query knows the type of media device. The type of device is just a class and that you can leverage with some functionalities inside. So this size is a getter on that class that can help you get the width basically. So I will change this to size box maybe so that no, just change this into size box so I to stop stopping me. Size. If I say that now, what will happen? You see that this becomes here.
Yes.
Exactly, because that's the constraint I've now set. I set a new constraint. Before, the older constraint was this. Now this guy now I cannot position this guy like that. So maybe I could just change this to bottom top 0 and maybe let's do bottom 0, left 0. That makes some sense, right? Left 0. You see that it comes the bottom left, exactly. Then this one too, I can also, even if it's big, I can also position it now this time around because I've set a constraint that is bigger than it. Before the key was the one setting the constraint. That was why when I gave the position, it got lost. So I could make this position like so, and then maybe give it the bottom. The bottom of 0, right of 0. Let me see. Bottom 0, right 0. Let me see that. You see that it comes down. It now works. So you could position things like that. It depends. If I use a width, you see that it makes a little more sense than what it is now. If I make this maybe 200. Good. So that's it. Any questions so far?
KS Hussein has left the meeting.
If I wrap this, there's something I'm curious about. If I wrap this guy with an align, and I say alignment will be alignment dot, let me do center left. What happens? You see that? That also works. So there's this center, let's do center right and see. So you could use alignment. So do you see that we could do that too? Kaid, hope you're here. If you're lost, let me know. Mr. Kaid. Oh, Kaid is not here. Mr. Prince, oh, you are here now. Oh, okay. Mr. Prince, can you hear me?
Page tab. Focus mode. Page tab. KS Hussain has joined the meeting.
Hello, Mr. Kamsi. Sorry, I had an issue with my network. I was
Okay, all right, all right.
This
Cloud
meeting is
recording
being
is
recorded.
started.
So that's that. That is. But you understand what I talk about alignment? Did you understand what I talk about alignment? Mr. Khalid, do you understand?
yes, yes.
Open the chat
Okay,
panel, push
okay.
left shift Y.
All right.
ES.
So
Return. Type
that's
message here dot dot dot.
so now we'll move on to the next thing. That's for positioning and the likes.
Close push button. Browse mode. Image.
So let's talk about the page view. Page view is basically part of the layout widget, but this time around it helps us create a scrollable list that works as page by page. Basically, you have a scrollable list, but this time around you are showing each of the items as a page, and basically like what you see most of these onboarding screens, that's what most of them are built with. So you have a scrollable list that works page by page. Each chart of the page is supposed to be the same size as the viewport. That's what the page view does. So each chart you put, the page view, it's forced to take up the entire size of coming.
Page tab. Focus
It's
mode.
forced to take up the entire size
Page
of the
tab.
page. It's supposed to take up
Page
the entire
tab.
size of the
Browse
viewport.
mode. Open
Page
the
benefits is
participants
that
list
you can
pane.
navigate
Left
between
bracket 3
various
right
screens.
bracket participants.
Link your app by
Tech
swiping. The swipe
365
gesture can be
limited
either
personal meeting room document web.
horizontal being the default direction. So basically, this is what it does. You can swipe and all that.
Reactions
So
push button. Share screen push button. AI companion is off push button.
You can use
More meeting
main
control push button.
the page with the builder. It takes an item builder, like exactly the way your list view works. That's the way this guy works. Very similar. The difference is that it's the way it functions. Yeah. So let's do page view then. So I'll copy that thing from here. So I could have something else in there. Boom. There we go. So I think I'm missing something. Yeah, my closing brackets. Maybe I should just move it from here so that it doesn't cause confusion later on. So yeah, I'm going to have my page view like so. There in the page view, you have the bigger thing, the children. So anything I put here will be basically a page. So I put a container, then I give this guy a color. Let's be working with colors. So let's do colors that. I'm looking for something else like green accent indigo. Yeah, I think I'll go for indigo. Then I'll give it a child. This I'll call it have a text widget, and they just say something like it's gonna be a page one, like so. And then put a comma here and put a const here to make us happy. Try something else. So you don't forget this. Put a style, a text style like so. Then we could just make the font size of 13.6. All right, beautiful. So I could duplicate this container. Get up this. No, that's what I wanted. I said duplicate it. So this. But this can be something else, more like you can even drag colors for me like this, so you could do that if you are interested. Pick something like a dark green. Yeah, with this one, you also put a const here like that. Then we'll pick something here like a pink. As if I'm building the. All right, so no issues. So if I said that, you're going to see the page view, the way it works. Now it's going to not be cool because I should have centered this guy. So maybe what should I do? Just refactor this. Right click, refactor. This guy cannot wrap this with a widget. Okay, that's textile. That's why. So maybe I could right click on this, refactor this, wrap with widgets, then make this the center. Do the same thing. So you put a const here. So and then remove this one. So yeah, just copy this and replace this. I missed something. What did I miss? Copying this, replacing it with this. Okay, with this. Okay, so this is going to be page 3, page 2. I said that you should see some differences, right? All right, so I have page 1, and if I swipe, all right, I get page 2, and if I swipe, I get page 3. Did you see that?
Yes.
Without having to specify anything like maybe height or width or something.
So it takes the entire screen.
Yes, that's what it does.
Right.
Because it's a page. So the point is the direct children of the page view are forced to take up the width and height of the viewport.
Okay.
Direct children of the page view are forced to take the width and height of the viewport.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's that for page view. Not much, just for you to know. So with this, what we're learning now, you can start building UIs. You mustn't wait to know everything. You can start playing around with UIs, building UIs, and start experimenting with what you've learned so far. So let's talk about assets. We could add assets to your application. So the further structure is this. You have a link like so. There's a folder. You should create a folder for assets. Yeah. So what happens is I'll create a new folder. I'm going to call this assets are basically things like files. like, bundled in your app when you are trying to deploy it. Could be fonts, there could be images, there could be videos, whatever. So further core assets, and then if I'm going to put image assets, I could just put the further core images. If you have fonts, I could add fonts. If I have that, I could have all those things. All right, so for images, I could grab some images on my PC and then put it in that folder. Let me see what I can do then now. Just see if I can drag this here. Yeah, I did. So I don't know. I think I have some assets. I go to pictures. Yeah, I can use those too. Yeah. Then I go to okay. This is my desktop. Desktop, Flutter, something. So Flutter intro, assets, allocate images. I put them there. So I have shop shoes tab, shop shoes slide. They are both PNG files. Fine and good. All right, then. So I'm going to then. These are two of them there, as you can see. Now, can you now add assets to your application? Let me show you from the slide so it's much clearer. So, like I said, an asset is a file, like I said, bundled and deployed in your application. It's as simple as runtime. Common set of assets include static data like JSON files. You want to just have some JSON files. Fine and good. Configuration files, icons, fonts, images of all types. These assets are typically stored within the project directory structure and are declared in the post-spec.yaml file. So you must have them declared in your pop-spec.yaml file before you can use them as assets in your application. So how do you declare assets? To use assets in your Flutter app, you need to declare them in the post-spec.yaml file. These files located to the Flutter project directory, like we said, we've seen that already. Inside the post.yaml, you specify the path to each asset file or directory related to the project's root directory. So you are specifying the path of that asset related to your project's root directory. My project root directory, I have assets folder inside. So I can just do assets / That means that I'm saying my project root directory is at this point, then I'm going to the assets, looking for the image like that. Every time you add or remove a package dependency or make changes in the Flutter's post-spec.yaml file, you should run flutter pub-get rather. By default, the IDE does this when you save. So by default, VS Code, Visual Studio Code does that for you. Now specify image assets for your application in the post-spec. You can specify a folder, entire directory, or you could specify a particular image. Yeah, there are two ways you could do that. So then you can load images like so. Let's talk about this first. So all right then. So now what I need to do now is I'll go to my post-spec.yaml file. Yeah, this is it. I can move all these things. So you can read them later, sure. But this is where I talk about adding assets. I'm just going to uncomment this line. Maybe I should write it from scratch so that you could see. Now pay attention. It must be inside Flutter. So the following section is specific for Flutter packages. So it must be inside the Flutter. So maybe I should write it from scratch so that it will be much clearer for you. So I can't write it here because post-spec.yaml is very, very keen about indentation. So I have to press tab to be indented properly. I'll write assets. Assets with an S. Assets, like so. What am I writing? And a column. Then I'll not indent mine again. So I have to indent like so. Beautiful. Then I'll put an hyphen, a space, very important. Everything I'm saying is very important. If you do it wrong, if you do it otherwise, it will not work. So then, because the name of the folder I created is called assets, yes, I'm going to call it assets slash images. So I want to add everything inside images, basically that's what I want to do. So I'll just put a forward slash by the end. So everything inside images will be added as an asset to my application. So if you want to add specific images, you could copy the part shop shoes .dat.png, you could pass it there. So only that image will be added, right? But if you want to add the entire folder, you do it this way. Once I save this, automatically this guy is going to run pub.get for me. So it's a Flutter pub.get, no example run. It's running in the background for me. So I could monitor that to see the issues. Yeah. So it's doing that for me in background share. But if I want to be very keen about that, I could just go to my terminal and run it myself. Terminal. I'm going to do Flutter pub get. Like so. Then it will try to resolve this dependencies and get. So you see 11 packages have newer versions, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about that. So it has got dependencies. That's what I'm interested in. All right. So I could save that. Now I can use those images like so. So let's go back to slides to help us clear. So you could load images in Flutter, and it's very basic. There are two approaches. You can either use net asset image or use network image. So this is the point. This guy is an image widget. This guy is an image provider. So it just provides this image to this widget. All right. So this is a widget itself. This is a provider widget. All right. So you pass the path of the image you're talking about to the provider, and then this renders it for you on screen. You can also load images from network using what we call network image, right? Like so. Good. So let's do that practically. Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Counsel, now
yes,
if we were to load an image from an API, let's say a remote API, we were to use that network, right?
Exactly. Let's say I load an image from an S3 bucket or something, right?
Oh.
You use the network image. I'm going to do it so you can see it too.
All right.
So let me go back to, sorry. So, like I said, so let's do that on this page. Let's not go do it somewhere else. So instead of having just a text here like so, I can have, I can have a center widget like this, then have a column inside the center widget, basically. So I can have a column like that. Then instead of having, so to wrap this thing with a column, that's what I intended to see. Wrap with refactor, wrap with, I can't find column, yes, no problem. Wrap with widget. So it's going to be a column. And I'll change this to children. I want to have the text and the image. That's all I want. That's all I'm saying. That's all I want to do. All right. I just didn't have an image already. I don't know what's my problem. So because this is a text, I should not stress myself with. I just have a center widget. So instead of having a text like this, I could just have changed it to an image. So I'll have an image. This is an image widget. Now the image widget takes an image property, which it's an image provider. You accept an image provider. So basically, whatever you're passing to this image property must be an instance of the image provider class. An asset image obviously does that. Asset image does that. Network image does that too. So they all implement or extend that class. So if I call the assets image, this guy just takes a path. So the path is going to be assets, basically, let me just confirm. So it's going to be assets, yeah. Assets slash images slash shop shoes dots, okay, hyphen dark dot png. Hope I just spelled that right. Shop shoes hyphen dark dot png. And if I save that, let's see what happens. That's for page one, right? Let's see what that comes out to be. It's loading. And there we go. We have an image. So if you didn't add it to the postcode YAML file, it will not work. Nothing will work. Right?
Yes.
So you never added your postcode YAML file before that could work. And you could adjust the width and you could do anything you want to do to that thing. You could say we'll give it a width, we'll take a width, right? A width of 300, we give it a height if you want. Height of 300, like so. That should make it much smaller, right? Yeah. You see, there we go. And then you could do a lot, basically. All right. So you could do a lot, like I said. So you could also, there's something called this box fit of a thing. You could do a box fit, you could let me explain that to you. There's a fit, right? So we'll take a box fit. I don't know if you do the object fit now. That's basically object fitting in CSS. So if you are a design freak person, you can see this guy is explaining it for you. VS Code to give you some things. This fill, this full height, this full weight. So I like to use content. Just contain yourself, people, by default. All right. So let's say you want to curve the edge of this image. That's another interesting thing in Flutter too. It's not as simple as your what your CSS, right? But it's not bad, sure. If I wrap this, I'll refactor, I'll just wrap with the widgets, sure.
With
So I want
a
to curve,
container, right?
yeah, I'll just wrap it with the widget. I
Okay.
want to curve the borders of this image, right? So I'll wrap it with the widget called clip rect. It's a widget called clip rect. Basically, I'm clipping the image to a rectangle. Let me explain what I mean. So I'll just say clip arrow rect, like so. Now clip arrow rect takes what we call a border radius. It will clip the image to that rectangle with the border radius specified. And this guy takes a border radius class, border radius. I think we can do the circular, the all. The all is going to ask me to do what? Not sure about that again. Border radius dot circular. Okay, yeah, I get what's circular. So I could pass the radius of let's do 20. Then I could remove this const from here. Then put that in. Yeah. Let's see what happens. If it works. Clip rect. And there we go. I think it's okay. It works. Yeah. I make this start to make it more obvious. That works. So it works basically. So you see that works. So wait, if I do dot all, I know that's not going to that expects something. It expects what? Look at the radius class. Wow. So I'm looking at instance of so I can do radius dot circular, right? And I could do 30. Then I can move this const from here. So it's like this move better. The const here. All right, the same thing, right? So let's see the same thing. Oh, Yeah, same thing. So any of the above works, but I think the other one is actually shorter for me. But just that guy is not optimized like this. That's just it. Any questions so far?
No, no question. So in the previous lessons, you used a container and you made in the box decoration. You also made use of border radius.
Yeah, yeah. So you could do that too. But if you now if you use a container, the image if you don't do that on the image, the image will be going out of the container.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are wrapping the image inside the container so that it will take the.
So I'm wrapping the image in a clip array. So when you wrap in the clip array has an internal implementation that it ensures enforces that it clips the direct widget to fit the specified border radius.
Okay.
If you use a container, let me change this to a container. Right, the container, I can't put the console, obviously. I know. And this guy will not take it. I need to add a decorator.
Okay.
So let's see. Decoration. This would be a class of box decoration. And this guy obviously takes the border radius like so.
Okay.
Add a const here. Add a const here like so. So I save that. You see what happens?
Yes. Yes.
It didn't work.
It didn't work.
The image was, I can give, if I give the background color, you see, let me give the background color. Sorry, a color. Because I'm adding decorator, so I can add this other yourself. So I can add a color here. Colors of white. Let me see. Let's save. I'm not even see because the image just cover itself. You see it's showing at the edges, right? I'm seeing some white here. There's some white here. Check.
Okay, yes, yes.
So yes. If the image is just the container is curved, but the image is getting out of the container. You get the point?
Yes.
So if I change this to I want you to understand. If I change this to text, you're going to see. If I change this to text, the container is curved and it's there, but it doesn't really have a width and a height because you see it's actually there. It takes only the height of its children. It's curved actually.
Exactly.
But the image is getting out of the curved container. That's why this other approach is way better. It's not way better. It's a workable approach.
Okay.
So just wrap your image with a clip array rect. All right.
Yes.
Then add the border radius directly to it.
So sorry, what are the case scenarios that you make use of these containers? Let's say
the containers, right? There are many instances.
Yes.
Sometimes you may want to just wrap something to, like your divs. What are the case scenarios to make use of divs?
Okay. You want to segment each portion of.
Exactly. Sometimes you want to just do that, and then so that's all.
Okay, okay.
But as much as possible, there are times where if you're not doing things related to alignments, sometimes you want to do some direct alignment stuff. Containers are the best option. But if you're just wanting to wrap things, size box works best.
Okay.
You get my point?
Yes, I understand.
So that's that for now for image. So let's do network image. So for this image, for this asset image, let me just copy this entire thing because I don't want to type this in again. I can change this to light too, and it's gonna work fine. Nothing. Yeah, it should work fine. Yeah. So Now, if you check properly, if you read their docs, there are two ways to get this done. Let me just copy this first so that I won't type it out again. So, like so. Now, what we do is image. Now, this approach is one. Maybe I could just comment it out so that you can have access to it. I just don't want to pull it out completely. So if you are getting a code base, you could get it too. There's one way. There's another way, right? And that way is using the image constructor directly. So instead of using the default constructor and begin to provide an image from an image provider, like we're doing here like this, we can use the default constructor and pass the image directly. So can do image, I can use the name constructor, image.assets. This guy takes I can just pass the asset like so. Right? The other thing that this guy cannot be in a const, right? That's the only difference. I can put a const here. Then I can access, I could give it a width and a height like we did before. Width of, let's do 200, then a height of 200. Okay, and everything work very fine, no changes. Maybe I should make this dark. So, okay, you can see that that works. So it's clear. So it works fine. So this is a shorter way of doing that. But this one I'm using I'm actually using a named constructor. Right. So that's it. Now, having understood that, let's talk about the network image. So maybe I should leave this one the way it is. I should do a network image here. So let me see if I could get one image online. Let's get an image online like that. Just trying to get one image online so that, and then shorten the link so it doesn't look like we're fighting.
Okay.
Oh, it's a data URL basically. Sabali is very, very fun. All right, no issues. So I'll just do something like This is not making sense. So I'm just going to use the network image. So I was just getting that URL unnecessarily. Oh, so that I'm going to have image. So I can use an image like so, like we use normal other approach. Can I have an image that takes image, then we can pass in network image. Network image like so, then pass the URL there like this. Then you could provide its width of what am I doing? Width of 300. Let's be consistent. 200. And the height of 200. The comma, yes, I formatted properly. If I save that for the loads, okay, then I'm going to scroll. That's not the load so that I can do that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start page 3. Well, yeah, it's loading. Watch that. It's not there yet. Then it doesn't do. I think maybe perhaps because I have a network issue or thereabout. Oh, it's an SVG image. Oh, no wonder. So I can't handle SVG image except I download a package called SVG blah blah. There's one SVG package in Flutter that can help me do that. How is it go for me to find something reasonable? Oh my god. So So just change that link. That's what I want to do. Upload. Let's see. And there we go. Did you see that?
Yes.
So that's it. We could load images like that. Now, there's this some cool features when handling network images. Like you may want to do things like show if it's loading or something, like a loading or thereabouts. You could even look for errors. So let me just do the loading first. So first of all, if you are handling loading, so you could just do something like a loading builder, loading. Build. So I don't have a, yeah, good. So that loading builder, it's enter to the enter you see builder in Flutter.
It's a callback.
That guy takes the context. Yeah, good. It's a callback that takes the context. So
Context.
builder, build context. Context. Then he also takes the progress. What's the progress more like? You
Okay.
could also call it progress. What's the loading progress? You could grab that progress, right? And then grab the callback function like so. Put the comma in the separate consents. You can't have this inside const. It's not going to work, right? So it takes okay. It takes a child. I think wait. Let me see. Loading builder. It takes a build context widget and image chunk event. That's a loading progress. So
Okay.
by default, if I move this, it already know that this guy takes a context, but he must takes a widget here. I can call this a child mapping. He knows that. So this is going to be a widget. What it's going to be? I can put the type. You can put the type if you want to. This is a build context. This is a widget. What is going to be an image chunk event? It already knows basically.
Yep.
So then, what you want to do? You're going to check if progress is null. Basically, progress is null. Return the child. Right. The child is basically this image. Right.
Okay. Yes.
So progress. Oh, what am I writing? Progress is null. All right. Return is equal. Why is that not working? It's not working because the same blah blah blah. Expected name binders.
Maybe is equal to
Yeah. Now return child. Else return. It must not a widget basically. That's the point. Return secular. What they call secular progress indicator. Right? Me, I like to wrap this in the container just so that because I know how this behaves. Container, and then the child just with this. Then I just align to the center. So I just say alignment, alignment dot center. Just set that for me. I don't want anything else to stress. Then put the semicolon here. Then put the const here. Right. And then put the const here too. So while this is loading, it's going to have that this. So when it's done loading, it's going to return the child. The child is going to be this image, right? If I set this again, it's already loaded the it's cached. So when it loads, it caches it. So it may not really reload again. Yeah, because it's already cached. So what's the question?
This loading builder is from the image widget, right?
It's yeah, you're passing yes from the image widget, yeah.
All right. Okay.
You can also pass it. You're using the constructor, the dot network. So there's a dot network constructor too. You can also pass it. You got the point. So it's the same thing. The same thing.
Okay.
If I restart this. Okay. You have this image. Let's scroll. It's already needed. So basically, how I can express this may be difficult, sure, but let me just cut this and bring this to the front so that when you note, you see this first, so that it shows us that loading spinner.
All right.
Now I'll restart this. Basically, Washa. So you have things like even things like error build that you can build errors, same thing.
Okay.
You could build errors, you could do all that. So while that's working, Sha, so but you will take out time and look at fonts. I'm not going to fonts now because there are things that is very similar to the image. Just from the slides that you see that you could just add a font by for using custom fonts. You could create an asset, a folder called fonts in your assets, then add those fonts line by line like so. Then you just specify this fonts man group, the fonts, the assets, the paths to the fonts, the style, italic. Same thing for that family, you can do family roboto and all of that. But we want to use it, just call this name, right? You just call this name. When you do font family, you will see the man group there because you specified it in your put spec. Yeah.
Okay.
So that one is pretty similar. So now for icons, we already know about icons. People set the styles. When I mean give the semantic label, give you a semantic label, I mean that it's when it's text to announce for when you put your application as accessibility mode. That's for people that may be visually impaired thereabouts. So they'll be able to know what type of icon, what the icon is for. All right. Now let's do some button widgets. We have floating action buttons we talked about, elevated buttons, text buttons, drop-down buttons, outline buttons. We'll talk about most of them. Then we'll do navigation and routing. That's what we have to do today.
Okay.
Then how we can send data, how we can route. Talk about the draw widgets. They'll do forms and flutter, input, selections, checkbox, and all that. I'll end at forms for today.
Okay.
All right. So let's move on. So button widget. So there are a number of button widgets that comes predefined in Flutter. Not like your HTML, you just have one button. But in Flutter, we have different types of buttons. We have elevated buttons for high priority tasks. That's tasks that commands importance. What I'm trying to say is important tasks, elevated buttons, and even floating action buttons, you also use for such kind of activities. Text buttons are basically text that you want clickable. You want the text to be clickable. Probably you want to look like a text, but at the same time, you want to have an action. You use a text button. Icon buttons are you want an icon, but at the same time, you want it to look like, you want it to have a button functionality. Basically, it's an icon, but clickable. Drop-down button, like name imply, you have a drop-down. Outline buttons, like you have it's looking for, it's used for mostly secondary activities. That's not too important, moderately important tasks, basically. Things like next button. But we're going to talk about register. Those are high important things like register. All right. Those are where you use the elevated buttons or floating action buttons or thereabouts. So I also have a pop-up menu that shows a pop-up as the case may be. So now for floating action buttons, specialized buttons typically used for promoting primary high priority actions. You know where they're always located. By default, they located at the top, bottom, right. All right. It floats above all other contents of the application, making it easily accessible. It's passed to the scaffold using the floating action button property. It's positioned using the scaffold widget, so you can position it anywhere, but by default, its position at the bottom right. Right. So this is how you just pass it. Root national button location dot like so. This guy can take a a, a widget, but basically you could to create that button, you must call a floating action button. You pass the color and unpressed and all that. We've done this before, right?
Yes, we've done button.
So elevator buttons is the same thing. They are very similar. Text buttons. We'll talk about icon buttons. We'll do them now. So you see that they are very similar concepts. So this thing I did already, I didn't see it. All right, but just believe me, this guy is a way, it will load. What happens is it will load, right? And then once loading, you'll see that spinner, all right, for some seconds, then this guy comes. So it gives people a feeling that it's actually loading. So that's how you could handle loading of widget and images, network images. Like I told you, you could also do this in a different way. You could use the network image constructor. I can show you how to do that. That's an issue. Let me do that now. So I remove the image like so completely. Why is it blocking my view now? Okay, I copied something I'm not supposed to. So, okay. Just leave this like so. And leave this. So I'll do image dots network. But network. That's, and then I could pass in. I might be typing rubbish. Oh my God. So image network. Then by passing this, the other things can come subsequently. This is still work. There's no other faster about that. It will still work. You get the modern privacy, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to pull out the page view. So we're done with the page view. Taking it out from the page view like so. And that's all right. So well, I think I'm pretty fine with this. So let me just create a new component called buttons. So I'm just going to pull out my widget samples out of here completely. Create the file called widgets samples. That's paste this here. I should have an error there about right. But less widgets. This is coming from not Cupertino. Who sent you that one? And take this from material. But that's good. Then yeah, I'm gonna create a new component. I'm gonna call buttons widgets. There's a component. Widgets. Buttons. Widgets extends. I like to write this from scratch sometimes so that we can remember. Buttons widget. Prepared key. And then yeah, have my build. So mhm. So have a body. Then let's have a column here so that we can have many of them inside of here. All right, so first of all, the semicolon here. I'm going to start by doing just recapping the floating action button. I don't think we need to do that, but let me just show you floating action button. You can have a floating action button like so. You get needs and unpressed. Then it needs a child. Any kind of widgets. Let me just do action. So then yeah, let me format that properly so that we can see that I could give the background color. So you, like we said, you could change the color, and it's very simple by just saying background color. You could change the background color like that. So let's do background color, colors plus purple, like so. If I save that, I should be an error. I'll resolve the big error, right? Put a const here. Save. Don't need this. Don't need this either. Okay. Right, so anyways, I need to do a whole restart, so that can affect. What's really happening here? You know what's happening? Okay, it's just slow. My PC just unnecessarily slow. Because I'm doing a number of things here at once. Oh my father. Over 5 seconds. All right, so we have that shot. Finally. You know, it's not looking good, but it's okay. So in the column here, I can add children. So I think basically for us, we have things like something, do we have something like size? So what things that I know that we have something to increase that. Yeah, I know we have to see, we have splash color. I know that's when you click on it. Foreground color, I know. Elevation. Elevation is how high it becomes. So we don't have anything like size to increase the size of that. But you could style anyway to do that. So I could pass children here. And then now one thing that maybe is a floating, you can pass a floating action button position. So basically, there's this floating action button locator, right? So it's an instance of the floating action button locator, right? Floating action button locator. You can do dots, and we have center dots. We have center float. We have center top. Let me show you center dot. It will be centered here. If I say that, I'm not happy with this thing. The way it's looking. icons, icon. All right. Icons dot add. Let's see. So that brought it here, right? So you can see that we have things like top, center top. Let's see center top. You'll see it's going to be somewhere up here, like so. Exactly. So you could send this guy anywhere. You could send a walk. It depends on you and where you want to place it. All right. So now, let's do elevated button. So we have another button called elevated button, like so. It takes an on-press. On-press is what you want it to do when it's clicked. We'll be using that a whole lot throughout the course. More like this guy's gonna be, let's do something like register now, register now, and then recurse here, so everything fine. And you could do a whole lot of styling on this, right? Khalid, hope everything is clear.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, just want to be sure so that I'm not just talking to myself.
It's clear.
All right, that'll be fine. That's very, very fine. So, like I said, you could style this guy in a very intriguing way. It depends on. So let me see this, and that's what we have so far. So we should see a button as small as somewhere here. Small button sharp because it doesn't have width, it doesn't have height. This part is up there. So that's my problem right now. So maybe I should just add an up bar to save me all this embarrassment. Yeah. And just add a title. And then talk about the title for crying out loud. Go to the text widget, DLC, buttons, right? I will actually push that down for me. All right, good. So I think this guy should maintain his position. But so what do you expect? There's this end, okay, this end flutes. And that's what it says. Right. So that's okay. But you can still let the bus register now. That's how it looks like. That's really small. Yeah, but maybe it may be difficult to see. So let's just make it a little bigger. Text no, text like so. Font size. Let's do something like a 25. Let's make it a little more for bigger so that it doesn't look like we're straining to see it. Okay, that's better. So now you can see that it's bigger, but one thing is the button doesn't look too good, right? So we could do some styling on that button. All right.
Yes.
So if you want to style a little button, is as simple as doing style, add a style property. Then you're going to say elevated button dot style form. You're going to use the style form
Name
the
constructor.
style from exactly to provide a style to that button. Exactly, you are right. So you could change the primary color. Primary color, you could change the primary color if you want to. Let's do some dummy styling here. I'll say primary color, primary. That's the primary color for my button. Or I can say colors dot blue. That's primary not working. It's saying what doesn't know. primary. Hope I didn't spell it wrong. Except it has been updated not to include that. So okay, we have textile, foreground color, okay, fine and good. We have background color, okay, fine and good. We now do background color. The background color I will do colors the that's really blue. Then we can do the foreground color with a white to be fine. So you could just style those things like so. I'm doing this like that. I'm taking my time to do this because if you understand concepts, it's easier to use for you to use them when you are building applications. So you can say elevation of 5 colors, especially colors actually. You can say elevation of 5, depends on how high it is. You could add padding, you could do all those things. You could add padding here. You know, padding must be from the edge insets.
Okay.
Don't forget that S. Then we can add maybe a symmetric. Let me do horizontal. I can do horizontal of 20 and a vertical of 15. Yeah, I always like the vertical to be much lesser than the horizontal axis. Then put a const here. You also do things. Let me show you what this looks like first so you can understand what that looks like. I say that you should see something different. This is running really slow. It wasn't as slow as this. Okay, that's what we have. So we change. You can see the elevation is way higher than before. But you can see it's too curved. Sometimes you wonder why they made that thing as curved as that. I used to wonder myself, why is that design pattern? So yeah, but sometimes people like that, yeah. Sometimes I use cases where you want it actually like that. So I just enjoy. Yeah. So let's say you can add a shape. You can use a rectangular around the rectangular border. So most times I've used it like a second or third time using this. So most times when you see shape on a shape, the shape takes a instance of outline border. This guy implements this class. So basically, or this abstract class. So basically, it's a good fit. You can use it. So, and when you're talking about rounded rectangular border, you mean you're trying to make something rectangular, but the border should be rounded. You grab. So we can just add the border radius. We don't border radius number of time. This guy takes the border radius class. Just the border radius dot equal to dot circular directly, and you just pass a number like maybe 10. I say that should be much lesser, right? Because
Yes.
there we go. So that's how you can use rectangular. That's how you style them. So that's all. No more.
So sorry. So can
Yeah.
you pass a margin to it, or let's say you're trying to shift it, it's closer to the screen by the left side.
You could the best approach. I know I had that in mind, but the best approach to that is to wrap this column with a padding.
Okay.
Right? So then you use
Okay.
that padding to add space to everything that's inside of it. That's actually your intention, right?
Yes.
So I can just do here edge insets dots. Just add all. We could just do 18. All right.
Okay.
1 minute, please.
All right.
All right, Mr. Khalif. So there we go. We have that. So now that's for elevated buttons. So maybe I'll just have a comment here. This is for elevated buttons, right? Then outline buttons are very similar, so you don't need a preacher to preach. Outline buttons. So it's similar. The only difference is that that guy just has an outline. He doesn't have a background by default. So, and it's as easy as saying outlined button like that. When you have a child like I am, I take a text, next move, whatever. And then this is complaining because one very important part of a button is an unpressed. You don't pass an unpressed to keep warning. So when you pass an unpressed like this, that error goes away. Then if you want to style this as simple as outline button dot style from, and that's all. And then you could do all the things you want to do. So yeah, the difference here is just that this guy may not necessarily have a background by default. Okay, it has, well, it has a background color basically, but an outline button by default. Let me show what an outline button looks like. Maybe I should just change the shape, then show you rounded rectangular border. Sorry, rectangular border. That's what I use, right? Yeah, just to be consistent. Then add the border radius of the border radius. That's circular. 30% turn. If I save that, you see an outline button here. I'll show you what it looks like. All right, so you see it there, you can see it's very small. But that's the way it is. It's physically outlined. Like you see, it just has an outline.
Yes.
And if you want to separate them, you just add a size box if you want to, just to remind you, just so you don't forget. I know you already know this.
Yes.
So you go add a size box and then sized box, sized. Then go add the height here, like so. Then the comma here. Right, so that's it. So you could add a padding and all those things. That's just what the differences are. So there's another one called like we talked about the elevator button, there's text button, icon button. So let's do text text button. So yeah, the difference is just that you're just in text button. The only thing that it takes the child will be normally a text. Let me show you. It will be text like so. Yeah, it will look like a text actually, but you know that that's a clickable function. I can call this clickable text, clickable text. Right, so you see it's going to be just like a text, normal text, but you know that it's something you could click. All this is predefined because there are things that you use often. So you can say it's a text, but you could click it and you could perform something. I could show you that you could click it. If I do here something like a print clicked text like so. Add the semicolon by the end. I save that. Right. If you watch, once I click on that, you see that. Okay, that's not loaded yet. But you can see it has a count, right? So it actually
Yes.
executing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised why it's not loading yet because my PC is running really slow today, and I don't know. Sometimes it's entirely slow, but not really. As I'm working on it, it's fast, but the response is slow.
Hmm? Hmm. My God,
All right, so it started. So if I click on this, I think you should see how you can see clicked text here because that's executing this functionality here. That's for and you could style it the same way we started on that, so there's no pattern pass through. You could do all of
okay.
that. So there's this icon button too. Icon.
So, sorry,
Yeah,
Mr. Kansa.
I'm with you. Very
So
much.
all these buttons, all of them, they have that dot style from.
Yes.
Okay. No, no.
Yeah. So you could pass on press like so, then you can pass an icon. You could have icons dot let's do something like next. Oh, next is better, not previous though. Next is more positive. Next what? Sometimes you may not navigate next is good. So what you may not these icons like somebody say, how do I know which icon to use, right? That's another question you may want to ask yourself. Like, so most often you just need to go to material. Let me go find that link. You could just so you search for material icon. So this is material icon basically. So you come to material icon, you can search for icons here because it's the same material icon that Flutter usually uses internally. So if I want, like I search for next. So you just search for next. It's just that this website is very slow and it's very annoying. That I don't like most of their. So you don't have any field, but look for outline. They have some outline. So you can see navigate next. So you could just pick from there the names, and then you go and find it there. So you just, when you type, you just do navigate next here, and then you get something. So if I save this now, I should see one more icon below. We can make up the side here, like. You can see the icon here. Basically, it looks small, but I've increased the size basically. So it should much bigger. Right, so that's just it basically, but you can do the styling, you could style, add the background color, you could add, change the color of the icon, just explore most of those things. Yeah, they're not difficult to come by. So I think that's pretty much for most of the buttons I'm talking about. All right, so let's then do navigation in Flutter. Very important feature. So I'll pick this thing. And create a new file of buttons. That. All right, so I want to create a new file. There's the navigation. So class Flutter navigation extends so no, I'm getting missing that intelligence good. All right, so on a scaffold here like that. Just to be sure that I don't have problems. Just add a bar, even if it's empty. I have a body. Put a semicolon here. Return. Let's do more like a container, right? Let me just do a column. What is that? Because I want to just show you how you could do navigation in Flutter. Now there are a couple of ways. Now let me just keep this simple. Have a container, just a simple container like that. Nothing much. Just container. I don't. Okay, that would be error. So now, let me show you from the slides. The approach navigating is fairly different from your React approach. Yeah. In Flutter, how navigation is handled is basically by saying, I'm going to place a screen before another screen. So this is it. If I have a screen, how I can navigate to another screen, that's to say navigate from that screen to another screen, that's moving forward, will be to take the new screen and cover the old screen. That's the underlying approach to navigation in Flutter. So basically, by the time I'm going back to the previous screen, I'll be removing the first screen to show what is below it. Hope you understand that. That's why you use things like push, pop, push, pop. That's very, very similar to what React does actually internally, but there are some slight differences. But the point I'm driving at is you are pushing something to the stack. So basically what happens, your screen is arranged in a stack. And then if you do your data structures, you go a stack, it's last in, first out, right? So the last guy that comes in, is the first guy that goes out. So basically, if you put something in last, that's the first screen to be popped out first. Yeah, that's going to be popped out first. So this refers to the process of navigating between different screen of pages within an application. In Flutter, routing is managed through the navigator class. Don't forget this. Navigator class manages routing using the stack-based approach, known as last in, first out. That's what I just explained. Now, there are two approaches to routing in Flutter. One of them is a stacked routing, and the other one is a named routing. I'll talk about this. This is very possible with the Material app. But the stack routing is possible from anywhere because you're using, I think basically because you're using Navigator. This Navigator class is made available to you from the scaffold. Yeah. So now this involves using the push pop method provided by the Navigator class to add or remove routes as screens of the stack. Material page route provides a seamless transition effect when navigating to a new screen. So this guy is what helps you to navigate between a new screen in a seamless way. Now, this page route, this material page builder you are seeing here, it's a way for iOS, it's fairly different. iOS does what we call, I think, a bounce navigation, while for Android, it's I think there's a way it transits into. I'll show you. It's like a zoom in. It zooms in from the back. All right. So that's the way this guy handles that thing for you. That's why you have to use a material page build route and build the route. So basically, how Navigator class works is this: if you're using a push, you pass the context. The context tells Flutter where exactly you are. The Navigator page route now takes a builder that returns a new widget, which is your destination screen. All right. So Flutter will now understand you're moving from where you are. You pass your context, which defines where you are on the widget tree. Then you are moving to a new screen. You have to pass that. You return that widget from the builder, which you are passing into the material page builder. You can see that clear from the screenshot there. So when you're trying to go back, you just do a pop. So you pass your context. So Flutter will know where you are and know where to take you back to, because you put a pop. So from where you are, you just go back a step backward. That's why you have to pass your current location through that context. So that's about stack routing. And now talk about name routing shortly. So let's do I'm sure. Okay, good. So then this did not work at us. I have to restart this, I think so, for that would work. Hope there's no question, Khalid.
No question yet.
All right. Okay. So in my leaf folder, I'm going to have a folder called pages. I also have like 2 pages, right? So I'm going to have here more like a home.that. I'm going to have another page I'll call maybe about.that. All right. Those are my 2 pages. So yeah, I'll just create a new widget. Now there's this. Remember, I talked about a extension you could install in VS Code. I just type STL. You should pick that I'm trying to install a Flutter stateless widget or stateful widget. So if I just click this, automatically it gives me this boilerplate straight away. Then I will call this about, can say about page. Then I'll go to my home. Now STL. Maybe I should leave this. I should not call this home. I can call this something. I can call this maybe I can call this login, right? Login, like, or register. Register. Then I'll call this register page. So I have two pages like so. I'll go to my main.dat where it's like the move error. I have a container. Next time I'm going to have a button. I will have a child. Let me make this a size box so that is I'll change that to size box. Just change the size box. So from this size box here, I'll have a child. The child is going to be center widget because I will just center that guy. Right, center widgets. That way you'll have a child. And the child is going to be elevated button because I also have a button that I can click to navigate, right? Child is going to be an elevated button. More like, let's use what we've learned. And the child here is going to be a text widget, basically. They will be go to about page. They would have an unpressed, so that's why it's complaining. So have an empty function like this. I'll convert this to a const like so. Khalid, just give me 1 minute, please.
Okay, all right.
All right, so if I save that, you should have that elevated button right at the center there. Maybe not looking too good, but at least we understood what we are trying to do. We just give it a little style if you want to, but I don't think I'm interested in that right now. Waste my time. So that is taking a year to do. Okay, good. Go to about page. That's what it says there. So if I click on this, my intention is to take me to the about page. So how do we handle navigation in Flutter? All right, very simple. I thought we use a navigator class. So navigator dot Because I'm trying to go to a particular page, I'll use a push. Now this guy takes a content and takes a route. This route is a type of what? This route is a type of material page route, basically. So I've passed a material page route like so. Let me type it out so it's easier for you to understand. Material page route, like so. This guy takes a builder, which is, I told you, anytime you see a builder, it's a callback function that takes what? A widget, a context,
Yes.
exactly.
The context. Yes.
Context, exactly. So this guy takes a context, and then we return, you must return the page you're trying to build, right? Which will be our about page. So I have to import that from that about page. So I'll put a const here because that has a const constructor. Then I'll put a semicolon here. All right. I'll put semicolon there again. If I save that, that should work. Let me go to the about page. So when I navigate to the about page, I will know that I'm there. So instead of having a placeholder here, I can just have a scaffold number. And then remove the scaffold there. Fine. Then here I can have a body. Then the body, I can just have a center widget like so that takes a child. The child is going to be a text widget that's going to say about page. All right. Just like that. Save that. I don't need this Cupertino, whatever. All right. So now let's see if this works. So if I click on this, I should be propelled to move to the about page. Let's do that. If I tap on that, except it's not done compiling, it has clicked. This is slow. Then I'm on the about page. Did you see that? All right.
Yes.
I'm about page. So now in the about page here, I don't have in my scaffold, I don't have an app bar. But if I put an app bar, you should see a back icon here. Reasons because Flutter knows that I'm not at my root page. It can see that. So it should give you a deeper functionality to go back. So if I add an app bar here, then I have app bar. Because I have a constant, that's what that is really. I have to remove this so I can get my intelligence. Like so good. Must I just add that? I won't add it, even if I don't add anything, it should know that it should give me a icon to go back. It should see that. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes.
So
Yes.
if I click on this, I can now go back to where I came from.
Okay.
Click on this, it takes me to the about page, and go back by clicking on that. All right, so that's the stack routing in Flutter. So now in the about page, I can have a button here. Let's say I have a button here. Maybe make this a center widget. This will have just a normal text here. I can have a row that will take children. Then I can have the text of about here. Then I can have a button here, maybe an outline button somewhere around. Outlined button somewhere around. That has an on press. Somewhere around the text is going to be go back. Text will be something like go back. I'll show you how you could do that. So I need to move a const from here. I'll put it here and here. Then put this comma here, then I comma here so that I can format it properly. So yeah, how I can implement this, maybe to just create some spacing, you can have a size box here. Then you have a width of let's do 10. But don't forget to add a comma here. And because this has a const constructor, const here. So now if I save that and I let that go. So if I go to about page, I should see that we have about and we have a go back button there. Now, if I want to try if I want to bring that to the center, how do I do that? Last class. We did that in the last class.
Main axis alignment.
Exactly. Main axis alignment, that would be main axis.
Alignment.
Axis alignment dot what?
Center.
That's good. That's good. That should bring that to center of the page. Okay, so that being said, we can work on the go back functionality. So go back basically, like I told you, you use a navigator dot work pop. I don't even know what I'm saying, what I'm writing. Navigator dot pop. So so if I click on this, that should take me back, obviously. Should go back to where I came from. So more like it's the same implementation with how this guy was implemented, basically. So this guy takes the context, sorry.
That was what I want to remind you of.
That was why it was streaming that error. I didn't even notice, I didn't take notice of it.
Okay.
So yeah, so we can now go back. If we click on this, it should work. Okay, that's not refreshed. Okay, that's back, it's back. So click on this, we can go back. So that is right. Though this, hope you are seeing the screen, it's looking very small.
Yes, I can see the screen.
Okay. So the next thing is how we can do something like name routes. How you can handle name routes in Flutter. Okay, yeah. So how you can handle name routes in Flutter? It's pretty very simple, similar. But the point is you are using the material app. So this is the material app, right? You could have what we call routes, like so. Now the route takes, like we've done maps in that already. The route takes a map of string. Watch, it takes a map of string and widget. The widget, sorry, map of string and a function that returns the widget. So the function takes the build context and returns the widget, guys. So what I'm trying to say is it takes a string, which is a path to which you want to be able to navigate to that page next time. Then now takes this function, a function that returns a widget but takes a context. So let's see. So it looks like another way of doing it. So this is a map. So because it's a map, I'm going to start with a curly brace, right? So it takes a map of string. That's the key, should be string. Then colon. Then the other part, the value should be a function that takes a context and then will return me a page. So if I want to go to about, this can be /about, then I could bring in my about page, like so. I put the comma. So this is complaining because I have a const here. So I need to put a const here and put a const here. Yeah. So I can do the exact same thing for my register. Right? I'll put a const, sorry, just call the register page like so. And there we go. All right, so that is it. That's all. And because this happens, this magic happens in your material app. You know, when you are doing your React router, right? Very similar.
Yes, exactly.
Very similar. So that's just this about named route. So if I want to do a name route here, all I just need to do is just say, instead of using push, I'd rather do a push name. So I'll explain what I will do. So let me just have two. This is to about page. Let me just have maybe another button. So I could do that because I have just one button here. So I could put that in a row. So I could wrap this elevated button inside a row and duplicate it. So I'll refactor wrap with a row. I can see wrap with row here. Wrap with row. Beautiful. Then I'm going to grab let me format this so I can see things properly. Good. The elevated button, I'll duplicate it just 2 times. Yeah. Then this around, I'm gonna have to register page, but I'll use, instead of using a name route, I'm going to use instead of using a stacked route, I'll use a name route. So what this guy needs is, so instead of using a push, like I'm doing like so, I'll just do the material navigator of pushed named. That tells you that, oh, I'm using a name route. Then yeah, it takes the route name. What's the route name? This will be slash register. So just don't forget to pass the context and then the route name. That's just it. So if I save this now, I should see the 2 buttons side by side. So that's doing a hot reload. And we can see that there. So you can see, go to register page. I know my register page, I've done really nothing there about. So if I copy everything here, registered. Okay, no one. All right, no one. No one. Okay, all right now. So registered page, or is it registered page? Oh, perfect. Oh, okay. So the registered page I had, this should not be about page, this should be something like register. So by that, do the hot reload, good. If I click on go to register page, like so, and there I have an error. And the error is saying that for the /route, home property, if not null, you should otherwise route table is used. If it has an entry for the blah, 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 okay. Maybe I should move distance. Let me see. So it's using the home property. So either I use this or I use a /. So let me see if it throws that error again. If I click on this, it's just there's no. I know where the error is coming from. So it's complaining that, hey, do this way. So since you're using a route table, definitely change this to / and then remove the home. That's what it's saying. What's the error coming from? Error, where? I'm seeing a warning. Okay, I have to comma here, save that. So, if I click on this, let me have a hot reload, please, because okay. All right, I don't get the error, right? Khalid.
Yes, I'm with you.
So I can go back to, and that works fine. I can go to the about page. This is now stacked routes. It works. I can go back. That's fine. So that's how we could handle two types of routing: named routing, then stacked routing. One very interesting feature is that you can also send data when you are navigating, but you can only do that when you are doing stacked routing. Let me show you what I mean. So let's say I want to pass, I'm going to the about page, I'm trying to pass greetings. Let's do something like, I want to pass a text. So I can pass a prompt, or I can pass a value to this, because this is a class, basically a constructor of a class, basically. So I can just pass a property here. Like, let me do greetings. Then I can say greetings is equals to good afternoon, right? Then so this is complete because it doesn't know what you're talking about by passing greetings there. Exactly. So I need to just come here and tell you that, hey, I'm expecting something. So I could also create a nullable string here, like so. I can call those greetings. It's null by default. Now require and this dots greetings, like so. Yeah, because I'm passing something, then this guy cannot be a const. So remove the const from there. Anywhere you're calling it, anywhere you're calling it, go and remove the const from there. Because this is not understood, remove the const from there. Now, I must be very careful enough to not make this required. If not, I have a problem. Yeah, so if I save this, I can also save this, right? So, but I can pass this here. I'm sure that I could also get it from here to, if I come down here, and I can even print it down here. Let's do, this is a what, I'm printing what, a row. Is it a row? I have a size box, outline button with the text. Let's say, okay, a row bar, a row, no problem. So maybe, yeah, I know. I have to put my hot reload, I know. Yeah. So what I would like to do is maybe I should keep this maybe have a column here. We also want to just put that grid in some way, but at the same time, teaching how to build UIs, right? Then instead of having this row like so, yeah, the row like so, I can have a children array. So I have a children lists rather, like so. Remove this. Beautiful. So I hear you. So it's just in at the final day, that's what they say. If I had the final, then I can even have a constant fine. But that's impossible. So that's just what I was trying to say. Since this guy is going to be only passed once from outside, it's not going to be changing inside of here. So if I make it final, that means it's optimized too. So I can add a constant. So yeah. Where I'm talking about. I was talking about something. I was in the column, so I wanted to have a children. So I have a rule down there. Then I want to have a text here that that's going to give me that greeting, right? So this is going to be what happened? Greeting. Now greeting is not label. That's the problem. So if I don't have greetings, I could just do something like no greetings. Kaido, I'm not confusing you.
No.
Good. So this is so sweet. It's so sweet to teach for me. You teach and you don't, there's no stress. All right, so yeah, that's cool. Then I could just maybe add one more space here. Just the size box, like so, and just add the height if you care. So that's fine. So this is basically the major thing about navigating. So you could pass props like this. So if I save this and I do a hot reload, hot restart rather. So let's give that thing some time. All right, good. So I could try that. If I go to the about page, let's see. Boom. There we go. I will get that. Good afternoon there, past tense. All right. So we were able to pass data from one screen to another screen. And you can also return data from one screen to another screen. Or you just do when you're going back, like I'm doing a pop. Like when I'm doing the pop, when I'm doing that pop. Yeah. So the only difference is that this guy is going to be asynchronous. So whatever I'm returning from here, I'm going to put a comma, pass it here. I'll say you're welcome. You are welcome. Or welcome, right? So then, because I'm returning this, I'm going to go back to my main.dat function. I can put a constant, I think that's fine. I can do the same thing here because I fixed that. So I'm coming back here from here. I went through this. I'm coming back. So the only difference is that this will now be asynchronous. So I'll make this function an asynchronous function. I'll be able to await whatever I'm getting. So I'll write an await like so. Then I'll say, okay, let's do var results like so. It's equals to this. Then I can use that. I can print it maybe to show you that it works. So when I come back, I could just do print results. That's all. This guy is not labeled right. Results. What is wrong with me? So if I save this and I do save this, all right. So now this guy is dynamic. That's the problem. But it's not, I'm not using it really much, so it's not bad. Right. So I could just use it like that. But if it's null, print is gonna have a runtime error. So I could just do something like this. Something like no return result, no return. So that's why it's good to always it's always good to be specific with your types. Like you could say something like this is going to be a string. Then to tell you that if you say that's going to be a string, that's possible, that could be null. Then to complain. Then handling it like this is fine. Right. So no return. It's an okay. Let's can't be null. Okay, let's can't be null. Why? Because this guy must have done something, right? Oh, wow, interesting. So this guy is going to be instance of string. Let me tell you myself the truth. This can be a nullable string. So, all right, fine. So, all good, sure. So, having that, let's see that reloads, and then we could do what we want to do. So, I'll click on go back. So, my intention, if I click on go back, that should return me, you are welcome, right? So, I should see you are welcome printed on this. So, if I go back, I don't get you welcome. Why? Something's wrong. I'll wait this, navigator to push. I pass my context, that's true now. That's okay. Results. So I should get my result definitely. I should. So I click on about again. Then I'll click on go back. Yeah, you're welcome, printed. So that's it. Zach, I hope that's clear.
Yes, it's clear.
So let's move to some more interesting things, right? Things like drawers, like navigation bar, right? Drawers, other interesting things. So that are things that are made available to us from the scaffold. So I could just add in bottom navigation bar, right? That's what it's called now. So that's that accepts something like it's actually a widget. So typically it expects a widget. That's one interesting thing. So, but the cool feature here is that Flutter has already made available for us to use a widget that is almost predefined, right?
Yes. Sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Counsel.
Yes,
I'm going
sir.
to draw you a little bit back. All right. Regarding this passing of data between pages, it's just
Yeah,
like props in React, right?
exactly. That's what it does.
Uh, So, in terms of React, when you're trying to pass in data that you're going to use, like in the form of using of use context and the reducers to different pages. So, how is this implemented? Is there any way it's done in React? Maybe you want to pass a data not in the second page, in the third page or so, or you
I
want
don't
to modify a data.
think I really understand what your question is, Sha.
Okay, in terms of React, like the usage of use context, right?
Yes.
Where you pass in data to different components. Props, sorry. So in this Flutter, is there any way you do such?
But that's handling state globally, right? That's what you're trying to say.
State, yes, global state management. Sorry, that's how I want to.
So yeah, if every UI framework has a way of managing global states. Everyone.
Okay.
So in Flutter, we have a
Okay.
number of packages. We have things like river ports, providers, block, getx. They are all packages that can help you handle state globally.
Okay.
The only issue now, we may not
Is
have
it covered in this course?
yeah, we will not have the time to really touch it in details. Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
But I will give you guides.
Okay.
I've used
All right.
Block, I've used Riverport, I've used GetX. So they all have their drawbacks, they have their advantages, they have their benefits and all that. So I'll give you some guides to help you build.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, so now we have I can use a navigation bar like so. Like so. And this guy does a lot. So it takes destination. Destination is a list of widgets. That's to say, all your major primary pages that you want to be on the bottom navigation bar, like what the navigation bar you see here in many applications, right? So more like all those those are primary pages, basically like pages that are primary. So you have to put that lists in here. So now at each of them, so this guy takes a list of widgets, basically. That's what it takes. But the cool thing is that Flutter has already designed, the material app comes with a navigation destination already designed. What we'll call navigation destination, like so. So it takes an icon. So you could pass an icon here. Let's do icon. I could do icons dot, let's do, I think I can have home, right? You know, a label could be something like this guy takes what? It takes a string, not a text widget. So I could just do a home, right? Then I could just put a const in front of every thing here so that it's not disturbing this thing. Let me move this one. Okay. Then all right, so I'll have a comma here. Do the same thing for maybe like 3 more. When we have about page, then we have register. Not supposed to be here, Sha, but let's keep it there for demonstration's sake. So the about should be something like user profile, user or people. Is it people? We call it in this people. Yeah, people. Good. Then register should be like I don't know what to do here. This is when people say about should be something else. Maybe something like Let me use something just with do something like this. So what happens if I save that? You should see a button navigation that pops up here. Once that reflects. Did you see that?
Yes.
So that's it. And it's very designed for you. They did the heavy lifting, right? Of designing which and what. So that is it. So if you can tweak that if you want to, there are a lot of tweaks you could give to that. Like you could say something like let me see, there are a couple of tweaks. You could select the icon. When it's selected, notice selected, this is what shows. You could change the selected icon. You could add a toolkit to that. So if you say selected icon, you could select the icon. When it's selected, you want to change the icon to something like icons, and you can use an icons dot home. Maybe you want to do something else like home. Let me see that will give you something fairly familiar or something like a house. Yeah, house. So if I save that, so when it's selected to change, right? You should change once it's selected. You need to do something else based on what you can see that. So if I click on this, it will go back to the original icon. So this is not selected, that's why. So I will need to handle this selection. I want to change the pages based on clicking this. That's the next we are doing now. So now, how can we handle that? Fairly not too complex. We have to change this thing to, because I want to be able to change states, right? Because I want to be able to change what renders the page. That means that something should cause Flutter to re-render the application or that screen. Because basically I want to show what is shown. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
Yes, I understand.
So that means I have to make this a stateful widget. So I would have converted it manually, but of time. I could just right click, go to refactor, I can just say convert to stateful widget, and it does that job for me.
Okay.
Yeah, it does a job for me. Convert to stateful widget. So I have my stateful widget here like so. The other I want to do is I want to first create a state. This state is going to be an integer. It's going to be a private variable. I can call this selected index. I prefer to use a private variable. I can say this guy. So this guy equals to 0. So once you log in, to pick the index of 0, that's the first list. That's this guy. This will be active, right? So you always change it to this one or this one. Good. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to create a function like maybe an on tap on select. So I just do an on select, handle select. This is going to be a void function. It does rubbish. Just handle. I can write because the answer does rubbish because I can write that thing directly. I just want to just show you that you could extract it. Handle select index, something like that. Then yeah, you're going to pass the index you want to select. It's going to be an integer. If I don't put any type, it's going to be dynamic. So I'll put an int. Then I'm going to call set state, right? So whenever you're using a stateful widget, you have access to set state. And I'm going to say my underscore selected index should be equals to whatever index you pass to me now. All right?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to call this my select widget. So that's on select index handler inside this magnification bar. So there's a function called, let's see, what's it called, on destination select. This guy takes a callback function and it's going to pass to you by default the current index that was selected. So that means I can just say underscore, I could just say handle select index like so. Because it takes a callback function. This is already my callback function and it's accepting the index. So that's why it's not complaining, right?
Yeah.
Notice I'm not executing it. Those are weird issues. I'm not executing
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yes.
Just referencing it. Good.
So,
Then I have to tell
sorry,
you that. Yes, sir.
That brought me to something that is just clicking on my mind now.
Yeah,
That's the list view dot builder. Does it have something like this? Unselected, like something like yes, unselected or selected index.
That when you click on something, right?
Yes, it will grab the.
You wrap your widget with a gesture detector. I'll show you that later on.
Okay.
There's one widget called gesture detection.
Okay.
So that way you can do something whenever you tap on that widget.
No, what I mean is, the list view dot builder, like it takes a length, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say I selected the second one.
So do you see now it's not meant by default for you to be selecting things. Do you get my point? But you can also make that possible. So that's why
using the
on selector.
Okay.
You understand that, right?
Yes.
So the selected index now will be basically this my selected index that I defined.
Okay.
So if I save that now, you're going to see that the selection functionality works. Okay. All right, so if I click on this, you can see selects that. If I click on this, you can see selects that. If I click on this, you can see selects that. And you can see the icon even changes too, because I have a selected icon, right?
Okay.
So now, you may want to also show, obviously you want to affect what's shown on the screen, right? Because
yes,
put it about pitch, right?
Yes.
That means that this your body is basically not going to be like so. You're going to have to handle this dynamically. So that means that I can extract this thing, my size book, into a separate widget on its own, right? I can extract this guy into a separate widget on its own. Or, yeah, you do that like so. What I can do is, I'm only discovering that I have a problem with my other implementation. That's what I'm thinking now how I'll explain why shortly. But let me see, let me extract this thing. So I'll take the size box like this, refactor, you see what we call extract widget, right? So you ask me what do you want to call the widget? I can call it home page or whatever. I'll press enter. And this is what it did. It created a widget below it. Took everything, put it that widget, then call the widget here for me. All right. Very easy. So now I can create, what I would like to do, I would like to create a list of widgets, right? I'd like to create a list of widgets. So maybe I do something like this is going to be a list of widgets like so. I can call this all widgets is equal to, or primary widgets, whatever. Primary widgets. Then this is going to have a semicolon here. So first I'm going to have my home page like so. Then I'll have, that's for index 0. I have my about page like so. Then have my register page like so. Just ensure that you put a const here so that everybody is affected. Okay, then I'm going to take primary widgets, and then instead of having it here like so, I'll have primary widgets. Then pass the selected index inside of it. Do you see my logic?
Yes, yes.
So when you are at 0, because the page at index 0 is home, right? So I'll pick you. Index 1, I'll give you about. Index 2, I'll give you register page. So now there's a slight issue. Let's see if the issue Flutter allows pass through. So tries to reload. So if I click on about, it works. So register, it works. I go home, I'm good. Now the problem I was talking about was that in register, I had a scaffold. You know that I had a scaffold, right? Right?
Yes.
And I'm putting the scaffold inside another scaffold. It's not too good, but Flutter allows that. So if I click on the about, you can see that works, and the navigation works pretty fine. So let's see. There's this background color, elevation, indicator color. You could change the indicator color. You could change the indicator shape. Let's want to make this. Maybe you want to make this an amber, right? So this guy takes what kind of color? It takes. Hope it doesn't take. It takes a normal color. Good. So I'm gonna put colors, but amber. Then I'll try to do some shade stuff. Let's do say a shade of 200. If I say that, you're going to see that the indicator color changes to something like a light yellow. So you can adjust that as the spirit leads you. As the spirit of design leads you. So that's it. Then going ahead, the other properties you could also have, you could just come in overlay color, shadow color, surface tint. You could do that if you want to. So that's just about this guy. So any questions so far?
No, no question.
So you can see Flutter is not even too difficult. Flutter is not difficult actually. Right?
Exactly. Seems like the main job is designing the UI.
That's the main job, yeah. That's the main job. But the concept is fair. The only thing now is that when we start handling the logic shaft, handling logic, that's where maybe you need to be a little bit, we have to understand some components, some things like that, the line factor.
Okay.
But for designing, I don't think designing is a piece of cake.
Yeah.
So now, let's do the drawer. The next talk about is the drawer. Like if I have a sidebar, you see some application, you see a sidebar and all of that. So, and it's not difficult. So I have something on my slide here that says the widget provides a sliding panel from the edge of the screen, typically used for navigation, menus, settings, or other secondary content. It's commonly used in apps to provide access to additional features or pages without cluttering the menu interface. To add a drawer to the application, we assign a drawer widget to a drawer property of the scaffold, right? So you can basic properties like background color and the child. You can use useful widget like drawer headers and list out to create some of those things. So we'll talk about the drawer header. We'll talk about the list already, so should be conversant with that. So let's do something related to drawer. 1 minute, please. So there are a couple of ways you could also create a widget and use in a separate file, but you could use it here. What do we do now? Do we create a separate widget? Let's do it here. So I can always have access to it. Meanwhile, this is going to be messy. So I'm going to scroll down just before my body. I'm going to have a drawer. That's it. It takes a widget basically. It can be any widget you think about. But thanks to Flutter, Flutter gave us a drawer widget. You can design your own drawer widget from scratch if you feel like you're not impressed. So a child now, you pass a list view, like a list of tiles, a list of this is good. I'll use a list view so that I can show you how you can add a gesture effect or something like that. Right. So I have a list view. Then list view takes a children. You can pass a children like so. It's going to be a list of widgets. Yeah, so the first thing is you want to have, if I save this, let me see if I use something. You should see a menu somewhere here right now, because when you click on that, it just opens something empty. I did something yesterday for you, right? But I use a container, right? So in last class, I use a container. So we couldn't have where to close it, but this one by default should come with, because we're using a drawer. And Flutter, this was pre-designed already. So it should have a closing button where we can close. So if I click on this, it should open. It opens up good. You can see it's half the page. If I click out of there, it should close out. You see that?
Yeah.
Designed already for you. You don't have to build that yourself. So now let's have that open. So yeah, we can have a drawer headers. Most of the times you go to you see some drawer legends in some applications, they have a header that maybe tells your name or something. So there are different ways to design it. So I'm not going to go into that. Well, as long as you understand the design concept, basically, this one's get simpler. So I'll just say, let's just do text. I can just pass a drawer header, something like that. Nothing. Text. Just say drawer header. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, maybe just increase the font size a little so it doesn't look like Python file text file text file. So we have a font size of maybe 25.
KS Hussain has left the meeting.
Okay, comma here. All good, not bad. So that's it. So you can give the background color if you want. You have a background image there. I think I can add. If I remove this, I can add a background color here. I think you put the background image. It doesn't take background color. It did decoration fine. It did decoration fine. Then I can put it. I can put the decoration like so. I can do a box decoration. This will be better. Box decoration. Then I can add a background. Doesn't take a background color, right? I add a color. Okay. And then the color can be, if I do something like color stuff, just pick a dark purple, right? Or maybe it's not origin amber, right? So let me use a very dark shade of this guy. Amber, I use a shade of 900, very dark, very dark. Then put a const here and keep this colors white and just do that. Color stuff, right? So just trying to show you that you could do what you want at this point. So if I say that, you see, I should have a header here that has bubble styles. Then below, I can even have some list styles if I want, just to have a list of maybe my home page or my about register. I can move from those pages as the case maybe. Let's see what happens by that. Let's wait. Okay, do you see that? Right? So that right. So you can see we have a header, like so. Then you can have some list styles. You can also have some list styles, like you can have something like so. I have a list style like this. So you know you can have a leading, which should be an icon. Maybe I'm going to just replicate what we had here. So I know I have home, people, like so. Then whatever this is. Yeah, I could just put that here like that. So leading icon, leading, I could just pass this first. Comment this out. Comment latest. So so I can see that's just keeping this out and see that's just not too much. So I have a title here. The title is going to be effects. Effects widgets. I could just do, yeah, I can pass home like so. Yeah, that's it. Welcome, sir. Very fine, sir. So, I can have, sorry. So I can have an on top here. Basically, this on top is like, what do you want to do when someone clicks on this? So we're going to talk about that shortly. So you could do this, if you're using a list style, you could do this, or you could even wrap this thing with a gesture detector, right? Wrap with a gesture detector and do what you want to do. So I can have it on top like so. So I have a leading, I have a text, that's fine. I could do that for the other links. Basically, this is going to involve location. We call this is going to be about, right? About. Then I have this for people. It's going to be register. Going to be register. So then I could pull this out. I don't need it. So yeah, meanwhile, this is not going to be spaced out here because you know that if one
KS Hussein has joined the meeting.
Most often, most of the time. So I have a sized box like so. And then I can put a height there. I can try 20 and see how 20 looks like. Yeah. Then yeah, I can have a const to just Yeah, put the same thing here and put the exact same thing here. So let's see. I said that you should see a list of these items. Can you see? It's still loading. Okay, okay.
Yes, I can see, Mr. Counsel.
Okay, no class. Okay, Python. They are finished. Okay, fine. So check. It's still loading. It's taking a while. There we go. And we have about register, right? So you could have that. Now you can also add things like the list style. I think we have some other things like we have splash color. Yeah, sure. Splash color, good. So if you click on it, what happens, right? So basically, I want to change the color to, let's do splash color. Let me do something like colors. Just trying to show you some of these things so that you get conversant with them. Amber, then I could do use a shade of that. Just pick a shade of maybe 300 there. So not really good. But if you save that, you discover that when you click on it, you see a splash that happens. All right. Let's see. If I click on this watch, you see that if I click on that, you can see that splash color. You can see this doesn't have is gray by default, right? If I click on this, you see that I change the splash color to yellow. That's it. So you could also change that if you want. Now, basically, I want this to navigate me to the home page by this one, moving about page. Take me to register page if I click on it, right? So let me go to my about page. What I want to do is I want to first of all right, navigate to, I can use any kind of navigation. I can use the named route or the stacked route, any of the above. So I can just do navigator, let's see, navigator dots. I could do a push, like so, pass the context. Then I could accept a material page route, material. Well, let me just use a push name, right? That's even more easy and straightforward, right? We have already specified pushed name. So I just use a pushed name, pass the context, and then the part is going to be slash about. Put the semicolon. Now I'll show you the problem. Because of the way Flutter handles these drawers, it takes drawer like a page, basically. So you must be able to pop this guy up before, whenever you are navigating, you should be able to pop this current one, then before you can push, that one can be seen on the screen. So do what I mean? If I save this down, this is to the about page, right? And then I could also go to the register page like so, /register. Right? So let's see what that is. All right. Giving time to load. Okay, so that's done. So if I click on the about watch, it navigates to the about page, right? Can go back. If I go back, nothing will happen. It comes back to the drawer. If I click to the register, it goes to the register page. If I go back, it comes back to the drawer. So I must be good enough to know that I
KS Hussein has left the meeting.
Out. So I'll do a navigate.
KS Hussein has joined the meeting.
Dot pop. Whenever after I'm done browsing. So I'll do that Should have been 4, right? So I'll pop it out. The same thing. Okay. Yeah. So this should be /. So I'm going to pop the current page before I move to the page I intend to move to. So now if I go to the about, what happens? That works. If I go back, I'm not going back to the drawer. You see that? I'm back to my home page where I was before. If I go to the register, I'm the register good enough. If I go back, I'm not going back to the drawer. I'm going back to the home page where I was before. Because I'm pulling out that the drawer from the route stack. So completely no longer there. All right. Now there's another good way to handle routing that I think I should talk about. It's what we call let me use the home page to explain that. If I go to my main.dat, if I scroll down to this is my home page here. Yeah, I'm moving to the about page from here, right? If I go to the register,
KS Hussein has left the meeting.
I go to the about page, then I go to the home page. I want to show you something. Now, if where I'm moving to my about page, where is it? This is my about page, this is it, yeah. And I'm using a push. Now there's what they call push replacement. What push replacement does is this. It pushes the new page to the stack route. That's this route stack. Then removes the current page from the stack, the route stack. So it's like somebody logged in, went to my login page and logged in. And it doesn't make sense, but it's logged in to go back to the login page again. What do you do? What you do is you replace the login page with the current page he's going to. So it's like from the route stack, he never visited the login page. Is that clear? Okay. So that's exactly what happens. So from here, if I save that and I run the code, and let's see what happens. If I click on, let's do the register, I go to about, I go to the home page. Okay, let's do it this way. If I click on about page, rather, I click on register page, then I'm on the home page. Notice the precedence about register home page. So the previous page is what? Register, right? So if I click on the about, notice that I'm replacing the home page with the about page. But we go on the about page. What happens is I replaced the home page with the about page, basically. So if I go back, I shouldn't be able to go back to the home page. Take me back to the register page. If I go back, and in fact, it doesn't even say that because basically what I did was I used a named route for the register page, not even a stacked route. So that's why. So, but if I thought I used a named route, a stacked route rather, you should have understood that I'm replacing the current page with the next page with the current page. That's what I was trying to say. So when you go back, it looks as if you never visited that page again. So let me restart the application. Maybe I will change that to that will not be possible, sir, because I'm using a material app for the routing. But the concept is clear. I hope it's clear actually. Maybe as we build their use cases, I'll use them to become much clearer. So I think that's the most important things about routing covered. Yeah. So the next thing on our list is talk about input and selections, but I can briefly talk about them. The next class we can talk details about them. That is input and selection, what is left, alert and dialog, snap pass, and as well. Then we have adding new packages in Plotter. So all right. So now if you go to my register page, basically register page should be more like having some list of inputs and things like that. So Khalid, are you here? Excuse me. All right, so we'll stop here for today. Maybe in the next class, we'll talk about inputs, forms. This ones are pretty straightforward. We'll talk about them. So you can do control inputs and the likes. And then we can build something like a to-do. We'll simplify that the next class. I think this will verify most of the doubt. All right, so we'll call it today. Mr. Prince. Yeah, as if you are not here. All right, now.
This meeting has been ended by host. Meeting is end now dialog. OK push button.